Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm down to Crypto TA, and what a pump we got over the weekend. Absolutely amazing. I am still holding my long position. I do have my hedge position open. And yeah, it's just been great. It's been great. We did just hit some resistance around that $116,000 level. I put out a couple of tweets over the weekend as well, just some points at which you could probably get into the market here on Bitcoin if you wanted to do so. I kind of stopped that right around in here because it's looking a little bit toppy, but I did highlight that we would be coming into a little bit of resistance around 114 and 116. And so that's just your reaction right there. That was one of the last little bit pools of liquidity that I do see on the past 24 hours, at least on liquidation heat map. So we're getting a nice reaction off of that. I'm looking to see if we can potentially get a bounce from here. If not, then I'll be looking down here at the golden pocket, which means that we're shifting from a 15-minute recovery to a 1-hour recovery. Okay, so that's what that simply means if we do drop here into the golden pocket. See what else. We do have a little bit of a CME gap. I actually haven't even looked at CME to tell you exactly where that gap is sitting at, but I do know that we have a CME gap in the chart, probably somewhere around 110 or something like that. That's what we're looking like over here. This is when we hit 114 in here. And we got a little bit of a rejection in there, but overall, the trend still looks pretty nice. We did get a jack in the beanstalk, just continuation signal right here on the chart. We have one that's starting to print over here on the 4-hour time frame, which does indicate to me more potential upside. So 116 may not be it. And once it gets a good little pullback in here, continuation up. For Bitcoin, this was something that I was looking at yesterday. Just a possibility of price getting up here, which is again 116. So it's all basically the same thing. But this is nice seeing this drop here in the cloud here. So maybe that little correction comes in and then we push up. We did break from this triangular formation that was in here. We are in a megaphone pattern right here. And you can see right in here, I've had these levels right here on the chart for a minute, these little 3 boxes right here. So that is where we at, seeing that little bit of a rejection right now. It will start to look awful off this daily chart. But I mean, we still have almost 15 hours left in the day on this chart right here. So Bitcoin overall looks okay. I remember saying, what was it? Friday, 4-hour daily, both look good, even though I am still assuming that price can still get down here around that 100,000. I haven't taken that off the table yet. I cannot do that just yet. So that is still a thing. But overall, that looks pretty nice. I recaptured this on X, just share my thoughts on that. I do feel like just looking at the daily time frame though, that it's not driven by momentum, which means there's more than likely no new capital coming in to drive the prices up, no actual demand, just volatility. So I'm trying to keep that in mind, which is why I'm saying I'm not taking the $100,000 off the table just yet, because I'm not getting that it's momentum driven, at least not from this time frame right here, not yet. We did come up quite a bit down here on the MACD, but we still far underneath the zero line in here. So that just makes this corrective. If anything, the little dip that we have in here, it doesn't still seem like that would give much. I talked about the fact that we don't have any bullish divergence that printed here off the daily time frame. None. The only bullish divergence that we have is coming from volatility. So not momentum. No momentum divergence that I can spot. At least not on this Binance chart. All right. I had plenty of chances in here to just kind of add to my position. I think, let's see. This was one of the entries over here. Looked at, had 2 entries here. This one or either that one. So that one worked out. That's the beginning right there. But I'm just going to keep it right here on the Bitcoin chart just for a second because I want to see how we're going to do here. We do have the ability to actually dip over this a little bit, but this might actually hold in here. And again, like I said, if this doesn't hold it, I'll be looking down here towards the golden pocket, which is just going to give me a 1 hour signal in here. Let me see where that is if I do that like this. Okay, so just coming back around here to back test the highs in here. That is what that would be. But overall, it looks good. Ethereum really performed very well over the weekend. Solana performed too, but not as strongly as Ethereum did. So, yeah, actually, though, the thing is with the ETH move, it's still just consolidating, and I guess we can pretty much say the same thing about Bitcoin. It's just consolidating, right? So we have a range right now that we're moving in between. That's your risk on right here. Like I say, your risk on to be right here. And then if we're not holding in here, and give it a little bit of space for a slight deviation. I wouldn't give it too much because, you know, there's a potential that it could actually come down here to the golden pocket. So maybe nothing too far past, let's say about 114.775. Let's say something like that. It's going to be where we have the, I'm just going to slap the ribbons on here really quick. Excuse me. Yeah. So that's going to be right in here. If it does do anything extra, wouldn't want it to deviate too far over that. What's that? A 60 EMA. But being that we tapped the bottom here, like we're taking everything for this order block right here, which is all I'm simply looking at right here in this zone is this order block. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Not sure if you actually traded or if you sat on your hands. Also did some post up on TRX, which is I was just reading an article on it too. A couple of struggles there in London. Zcash, oh, wow. Zcash made it past that first little bit of resistance. Well, actually not the first, but the last bit of resistance that we were looking at against Bitcoin. And then once it broke that, prices just went up a little bit higher. I'm gonna get into that too. Get into gold. Nvidia's looking amazing here pre-market, so that's nice. All right, bitty. Now we'll tell you this right here with Bitcoin. So how it is getting this little bit of a reaction right here. It would still need to get up above. Let's see which candle I really want to highlight in here. It would still need to. Let's just go with this right here. This looks pretty tight right in here. So it still needs to get up above this this area right here. Hopefully it'll chop. All right, so while that's working, I guess I can run through real quick. Okay, Ethereum coming into one of its first trend lines right here, going from this point here to this point here, giving that extension there. So we'll be looking for price to actually hold up right here. I'd see. Yeah, I'd be looking for price to hold up right here. We lose that, then I'd be looking down here towards the next trend line. I know that it looks pretty decent here on the dynamic cloud in here. So yeah, if it does this right here, then we got a problem, okay? Because then that would put price action underneath the cloud. So I guess the most we really want to see is somewhere between that line and then back here at 41.33, just to keep this momentum going here on this 15-minute time frame. Otherwise, let's see. Yeah, we could be back testing these highs in here, which will bring us right up here to the top side of the cloud over here at 4,076 here for Ethereum. And then this looks pretty decent in here also for this 4-hour for Ethereum. Did get the break here also out of this triangular formation in here. I am seeing several other formations popping up in the charts though, but basically price is just consolidating, and I can show you. I mean, we're still within this consolidation range right here, but if I just slap on, let me drop to this 4-hour time frame right here, and I put on our daily levels, you can see we're just in between here. So I haven't even extended these out. I don't think I really need this anymore. I'm just going to take that away. These are the same daily levels that have been here for a minute that we've been we've been watching here. And so that's basically it right here. Just back up here to this block. Nice little reaction for Biddy. I'll lock that back down. So basically just ranging in here. It looks like a really strong move when you zoom out to the 15-minute time frame, and that was considerable cash to be made right there. Nice move here. Let's see. Let's see. I wanted to open up another Bitcoin long, to be honest, long in the top. It's actually not the top, but I actually want to open up another one. I want a bigger pullback, to be honest. The shallow pullbacks haven't really been, I don't know. They've been good, but I don't want a shallow pullback. I actually want a daily pullback. And that would have been it right there. And I would have taken that. But let me give it some time to see what it does. See if we're just going to go ahead and flip back up above. And that's a nice little level. That's a nice little level. We have to do that. Let's see here. Solana. Yeah. I was calling this one out on Friday. Actually on somebody else's channel. 189, and then I went ahead and posted on it that this was the first level that I was looking for price to hit right here, the 189. But in the event that the 189 did not hold, then I would start to look at this level right here, which the 189 held and pushed Solana up. This was the trend line break we were getting at the time when I shared the post, and this is what we came back up to. That's holding, that's resistance right now. I really hate these kind of trend lines like this. Yeah. Or it just chops all the way up the trend line. But that's what we're looking at here for Solana. Otherwise, it looks good. Yeah, it looks good. Overall, right in there. We'll see how much rising we do in here. And I do have some concerns on Solana. It's not the lower time frames that are doing it for me. 4 hour looks fine. For the most part, I have no complaints about the 4 hour. It is the I wanted to say it's this weekly time frame. One of my alerts right there. All right. Means we might get some further. Let's see. We may not hold this zone for Bitcoin. We'll see. We'll see. If not, that'll make me happy. Yeah. So it may be this time frame right here that is bugging me a little bit with Solana, and it's not even this rising channel in here. It's not that per se, but you can see what Solana needs to get above, and not just get above, needs to get above with momentum, because these are going outwards. They're not even rising in here just yet. They're just going sideways, like they were sideways in here, just sideways. So I mean, we'll see. It's definitely at resistance. This is 15-minute right here. Just tapped into the lower side of the dynamic cloud in here. See the last time it got underneath here. It's been a little bit since, I mean, that little shadow right there. You drop a fib on this one. Actually, screw the fib. Let's go with this order block right here. I don't know why I feel like that is not hitting the top. Okay, I'm just gonna have to assume that it is. So I'm just gonna run off of this order block right here. Yes, underneath. It did go underneath the 786 and the golden pocket in here. Yeah, so I will be looking at this order block here. Okay, Bitcoin. I'll show you something else that Bitcoin has been doing, but Zcash over here, and this thing right here. I remember on Friday I was looking at this weekly level in here as a possible rejection if price came back up, and also the top side here of this this trend line, price potentially coming back into this trend line here and getting a rejection, neither of which happened. So completely wrong in that regard. I remember talking about A, B, C, D, and E. You know, you want to see an E rejection or a breakthrough as well. Something that was showing up on several of the charts. Yeah, so A, B, C, and D, and E would either break through or reject. So I was looking at the possibility of it rejecting because I knew it was hitting resistance on against this Bitcoin pair. I'm gonna take a look at that because let's see. This is where we were. We were here hitting the resistance that is in here, and then it broke through this resistance and came up to the next zone in here. So it's hitting resistance again at this point right here. But I can tell you that I have nothing else to give you outside of, you know, these potential levels up through here that may act as resistance or may act as support in some sense for Zcash. Like, I really have nothing else to give you on this one right here. It came all the way to the top side. It actually swept. Like, I don't have a chart, or haven't identified a chart just yet. It swept this high. That'll give me more data than what I have here. And it swept this top right here. And I know looking at CoinMarketCap, CoinMarketCap, that the price used to be much higher, but it did take out that high right there. And that was like the last thing I had, to be honest with you, because that was let's see. Yeah. That was that. That was the absolute high for me. If you recall this, me having this on here, looking at this after we got that flush throughout the market. But yeah, I have nothing beyond this, nothing other than to look at Zcash against this Bitcoin pair. That's it. So yeah, unless I can come across that, another chart. I haven't really taken the time to look for one neither, to be honest. That's a good looking chart. I won't be able to touch this though. You see that candle? You see that one candle? Like, I can't touch this. Look, this is just one I can't touch this. Heck no. I'm playing what they call they're classifying it as Halloween music. It sounds like I've been hearing the same tune now since I started. It's a holiday genre that they added in here. Oh boy. So looking at this right here, so we did this a few times in here. Let me just hide those right there. See this? And then we get this sporadic move. But we just drop down this low on the MACD and then put in this explosive move. It was somewhere else I was looking at us doing that. That was really a nice one. I think it was, no, it wasn't back there. It had to have been, maybe it was this stuff right here. And in hindsight, I mean, looking at it now, doesn't look like it did that much, but I could have sworn, maybe, I don't know. It looked different this time. It looks different now from where I saw it do it. I think this was it right here, though. Oh, this was an older time back here where we did it. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm seeing things I'm not really seeing any right now. We'll see if it wants to do that again. I can already see the delta trying to turn up. It's purple. This could be a pivot too. You can see where it rejected from. It could do something like that. Could do something like that and start to give us some structure. It could do that. Dun, 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 dun. My computer reset again last night. I always have this conversation with you about how my computer reset on me, which annoys me. So USDT dominance is actually sitting at an order block also. So let me just pop you on that real quick. I think on Friday I was watching to see, was talking about these lows down through here to this high right here. But I also was looking to see if we were going to get a closure below this, and we did. This little somewhat of a double top formation. I'm not really sure on that one right there, but we are at an order block in here right now for Tether. I'm looking at this, and I know that it's the inverse to Bitcoin, but I'm looking at this pattern through here, and I'm thinking that's not a pattern. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, I probably wouldn't consider this to be a pattern, so I don't know why I considered it to be one with Bitcoin, because I don't know. I don't want to add any more noise on this chart. It gets back up above here, then it may be ready to push back into this zone. So I just watched that 4.79% on this. I've made no updates to the stablecoin dominance, so just working off of just the tether chart. So, you know what? While Bitcoin is trying to get that push up, and it just might, but I would keep in mind what I did mention to you on this chart, that maybe it could get into here and reject and come back down. I mean, above, it looks like above this wick right here, because if I put this, let me turn this, get this off of here. All right, if I look at this, it looks like we did get a little bit of a rejection right there initially off of the 26 EMA there. So it is using it as resistance right now, but once it can get above that, maybe my line doesn't matter so much, but I'm still considering the possibility of it rejecting from this level right here and maybe putting in some structure to come down lower. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but it's, you know, it's a probability to be aware of. I was gonna say here, aside from Zcash chart in here, this is XRP at the moment. It didn't actually even come up here and tap these this low in here from where it got the breakdown. Just still, you know, basically the same spot. If I turn on XRP's weekly levels, it did finally get above the $2.60 in here. And so the next level would be to get back above these lows right here. So that 274, 275, that will be the next area of interest for. If it doesn't and we do fall back underneath here, then I will start to look down here at 238 again. And that will still keep you above this low right here if that happens. But 238 is what I start to look at for it. So Litecoin, I've only been watching it on a monthly chart. So I am bullish on Litecoin. Of course, you know that, which is why it's one of the charts that I keep my eyes on. I think some good things are going to come from it. Just haven't gotten there yet. Let me take a look at the daily and see if anything has changed over here. I think, see if it was this daily chart I was looking at. The no, it's the weekly chart I was looking at. No. Oh yes, that looks good. Let's see if this is necessary. I can't even see volume on that. I forgot. I don't need this on here. Get that off of there. Something else I was watching for Litecoin. It's throwing me off right now. But this was pretty good. So I think Litecoin is going to be a nice ripper. Just hasn't got into its zone just yet, but that looks pretty decent. Get this back on this monthly. All right, Bitcoin. Binance still within this consolidation range right here, looking to get an explosive move out. So it's still in here right now, just continuing to take liquidity from the top side. I don't know if they're trying to push price down. That is what I would assume. It's not happening, or this is some sort of a ascending triangle formation in here with the flat top and the higher low right here for BNB. So breakout likely incoming. It's still, structure is still good. And it'll remain that way until it actually falls over, breaks below the low over here. Oh, that looks good. Okay. So explosive move incoming. Be looking back here, see if we hold some resistance in here, if it manages to break out and push up. Still hitting a little bit of resistance against Bitcoin, but aside from that, all the listings and everything, I would think that the interest is here. Let's just go ahead and break this thing out of here. Explosive move incoming for sure, though. Sui hasn't really done much from what I can tell. Nice little bottoming candles in here, but aside from that, it hasn't really done anything. Yeah, so it's really nothing to talk about here. Nothing at all. I do want to look at Aster. It has not been, let's see, it hasn't been doing too good here from what I can tell. It's down like 5. Was I looking at something all the way down here? That's interesting. We'll see if we get it. I need to see one more. I had to pause for a minute and look at Bitcoin. I'm sorry. Looks like it's already had a momentum break from a trend line across here. Let me put it on a daily. Yeah, it looks like it's already broken something through here. Rejection off of 50%. Okay, saying 50%. I don't see any bullish divergence. Except for no. And yeah, right here on the MACD. Maybe an inverse head and shoulder. I probably wouldn't really call it that. Not yet, anyway. This might be all right. All right, Bitcoin. This might actually be okay. That was the second bounce out of the golden pocket. Yeah. I guess if you were going to get risk on Aster, this would be the place to do it. It's already gotten started. Momentum stalled out. You can tell that from this candle right here. It's a pretty strong move to the downside, and for price to not continue after that and to create this inside bar here on this 4-hour time frame, you might be losing steam to the downside and be looking for a move back up here into this 382, somewhere in here. That looks like the case for Aster. That is what I would say. All right, let me pop back on Bitcoin. I might take an Aster. If I can get it to come back to the golden pocket, I'll take it. All right, let's see what we're going to do here. Oh, why I still have this on. Gold, on the other hand, I mean, we got some good news over the weekend. Also, I think that news actually dropped yesterday. That we've made some sort of agreement with China, so we are progressing. That was some good news. You can see the reaction from the stock market on that. Even Ion Q that I was looking at on the channel with you, it's getting a push back up. I know I said I wouldn't get interested in that one unless it actually came down lower, because it looked like it had the potential to come lower, and it could still. It's not one of the strongest performers, and I don't know, their earnings report is either a hit or miss all the time. But that's quantum computing. Gold, on the other hand, is starting to break our trend line in here now. So we are dipping below the trend line here on gold. And one of the things that I mentioned in my last post was that we could start treating this 26 here as resistance now. You know, as we held it as support coming all the way up through here. Now that we've broken the structure here on the 4-hour time frame, we could start to see it act as resistance. And so that's what we're getting at the moment, as we are getting this little break in here, and see how it does in this zone in here. But definitely starting to break this line in here, which at times this can just be a liquidity grab, taking the liquidity from the trend line. That can be the thing too. But that's the 4-hour daily. Same situation, because it is the same Brotman formation in here, but the 20 SMA there. So I know that on a full correction, I'll be looking down here, 36, 33. That's what I'd be looking for here on gold if that happens. I still think that, I'm still looking for actual pivot here on the daily time frame. So another move up. It doesn't have to happen from here. It can drop down lower and then come up and create that pivot. I'm just looking for some structure in here to be able to add a trend line to, or something like that. But I don't have that at the moment. Yep, and that's that daily. Nvidia looking pretty good. Pre-market 190 after the bounce here off of the 60 EMA here. Nice bounce off, kind of front running the golden pocket, but we looked at that situation. So I do have a position open on this. So I'm happy to see it at 190 pre-market. Doesn't mean that when market opens it's going to be up here, but I'm loving that. Circle, I mentioned when Circle was right here that this chart looks good, and I could tell that from, first of all, this was the first thing right here way back when, just making sure that this held this zone through here before prices started coming down. We're looking at this zone right here, and it has held up pretty well. Looks like deviation over it, but a reclaim, and that's nice. Dropping the cloud here and prices pushing up. So I'm happy for the situation here in Circle. I have been investing in Circle. It's like my second largest holding right now, next to Nvidia. This is that Ion Q here. So I was looking for Ion Q to get down into here somewhere. Really, this golden pocket would be great. It didn't even get down here to the 50% retracement, but here would have been great. So any one of these on the move up and then a rejection back down, possibly a head and shoulder formation. It's a little bit sideways for me, so it could be like a falling wedge if that does happen, but I don't know how that's going to work out now with the news. Pre-market 63, so it's trying to go back up here. We'll see if it still does the same thing as before, as what I was looking at before. Any one of these three levels in here, rejection, and then come down into here for me to open up a position here on it. Otherwise, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. It's not a I must hold IonQ. It is so not. All right. And I have not looked at silver. That's a chart that I do need to look back at. Silver. Amazon was still looking good too. Not financial advice. I'm always trying to encourage diversification, so you're not just in crypto, because when you're not making money in crypto, you can be making money in the stock market, and when you're not making money in the stock market, you can be making money in crypto, you know? All right, nothing changed there. Ethereum still holding there. Solana is doing Solana stuff. Like, yeah, this is probably going to be it for me. It's what Solana's saying. I don't know. It was something else. Let me see if it was this weekly. I just know that I was looking at something else on Solana's chart, and I'm not seeing it now. It's kind of bugging me. Okay, I don't know what it was. I can't figure it out. Unless it wasn't Solana and it was Ethereum. Could also been the ETH chart. All right. So Aster, hopefully by the time I'm done streaming, will give us a little bit more insight in here on whether or not it's going to be a goer. If you didn't catch that golden pocket, I'm only looking at it because it was one of the ones that was down, and everything else is trying to run. So I really don't see a point in chasing something that's pumping. I haven't looked at Pump in a minute either. Pump, actually, I just flipped over here on Pump's chart. Just made me want to take a look at it, and it's been very respectful of the zones that are in here for it, and I haven't updated them again. Let me slide this one out. So they're still the same old levels in here, and yeah, it's done pretty decent. This looks pretty nice in through here. I just really want to see a pullback, but that looks pretty decent. That's 49 to 45 right there. Haven't looked at hype either. In a minute. Wait a minute. See, that's nice. We're here on Pump. I mean, Hyperliquid. I think we did look at Hyperliquid on Friday. I think we did look at this. Yeah. May have 50% retracement. I think we did look at hype. Yeah, we did. Pretty good looking chart. Maybe if it comes back down, maybe it'll back test something like that. That 41. I was about to delete it, but I guess I'll let that stay on the chart. That ADA. What's the dealio with ADA? Hi. Are we going up or down? Boy, I tell y'all blunt. Just, are we going up or down? I mean, right now we're in the middle of getting a little bit of a correction. I still think that there's more room to the upside for Bitcoin. Yeah, just looking at the 4-hour time frame, looks like it's going to give us some more. Looks like we'll end up breaking that 116, but right now we're in the middle of a correction. Could be something we see into market open. So was just looking at was just looking at this level right here on Bitcoin. So you're coming in a little bit late behind us looking at this level right here. Looking for a potential. I personally would like to get Bitcoin a little bit lower, but this is one of the levels looking at. And then the golden pocket is the second level that I'm observing here, thinking that possibly could push up into here, where these highs are located here. Maybe reject, put in some market structure here, and then get a move here for the 1 hour time frame, which we haven't seen the actual solid correction on just yet. Maybe since somewhere back in there, so we'll see. But I'm looking for more upside, if that answers your question. I've been trading for maybe seven years. Yeah, about 7. Yeah, started out just putting my money in and hodling, and then I started getting into trading. And actually, when I started my trading journey, I did not start with leverage. I opposed leverage. So, yeah, as far as adding leverage to the equation, that's only been 4 years. 4 years. Well, thank you. Okay, that alarm is sounding ridiculous. All right, Bitcoin is still working it out right here, trying to make its decision. Slide this out just in case this is what we're about to do. All right, Ethereum is starting to break over this little trend line a little bit. It's not a big issue. Starting to break over it though. This covers everything, so I'm gonna go with this one. I just changed the color so it doesn't blend in with the daily levels. What about the CME gap? Yeah, leverage is like touching the stove. First of all, you're absolutely right on that, which is why for a long time I just didn't even bother with it. And then you start doing it, and then you're winning, and then it just encourages you to keep playing around with it until one day you eventually take a huge loss. And if you can trade without the leverage, that's great. I don't tend to use a lot of leverage, and I don't tend to use a lot of money, so I don't mind, the fact that I have to really, really grind and take small wins to build up, my account, my trading account. That's okay with me. I'm cool with that. The CME gap, yeah, I did. I did not take a look at CME, but I do know that there is a gap. I do know that there is a gap. Actually, I can look at that now. So I do need to know where it is. And then I can determine how likely it is to get filled right away. That's a huge gap too. Good Lord. Hmm. It might not get filled right away. It actually looks more like a so this is that CME gap right here. Actually looks more like a breakaway gap. And if that's the case, then it won't get filled right away. Yeah, it looks more like a breakaway gap. Those don't get filled right away. Price moves far away from those before it even comes back into them. If that's what this is, a breakaway gap. You may not want to put too much focus on it. Okay, so this will be the CME gap. Yeah, it may not get filled right away. Probably mean Ethereum got one too. Oh, you're so welcome. That's a good question, because I was really leaning towards the 20th as maybe a potential top or something like that. To continue the 4-year cycle, we never made our way back up there for that last high that I was looking at, and I uh, you know what? We're almost coming to an end of October, so I would have to say yes at this point. I would have to say yes. Um, yeah, because this month would have been the month, unless it was a six, like some guy from a couple of years ago posted. This month would be the month, given the number of days we would theoretically be in the 4-year cycle. So on, no, not. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes. I mean, we haven't even broken down from in here just yet. So, yeah, it might be over. It might be over. 1,065 days. We're already past that now. We're past that on the 20th. We're still sitting up here. Yeah. Yeah, this time is different because we do have big institutions in it. But one thing about big money is when they feel like something is exhausted, they will start de-risking. They feel like it's overpriced, which is going to be different from retail because retail never gets tired of price going up. Big money will look at it and say it's not worth that because they, they're a lot different with their money, and yeah, they will send these prices down. So it's something to keep in mind too. They move different. Value is everything. We never see value as retail. At least most people don't. That's something like gold. I'm looking at all the emotions behind gold. Um, the prices of gold right now here, and everybody is still overly bullish. And this is an emotional chart right here. It has nothing to do with the physical gold. And big money doesn't care about this part right here. They actually own physical gold. More than likely, that's what they hold. So none of this matters to them. This is just retail. This is retail getting stuck in their feelings right here. And same thing is going to be with Bitcoin. We can call it digital gold all we want to, but they don't feel like it's worth that price. They're offloading. I did not study that. I did not. It's something I can look into though. Thank you. Yeah. And I will most certainly look into it. I like learning new things. 16.5-year cycle. Okay. This time is right translated. I hate to ask you to tap to do a whole bunch of typing, but can you give me a little bit more insight on that? Did he give you like a number, like what or he or she is looking for? I hope this rejects and I don't regret it. I did want to open another position, just didn't want to take it from here. Okay, so 2026. I can agree with that. Yeah, I could agree with that because we're a few days into this month, and let's see, we peaked. We peaked back in December, and then we peaked in November, and then we would be peaking here in October if that wasn't already our top. So if that's not already our top, then yeah, we would carry over into 2026, I suppose. But we still don't know if October 6th was our top. Even when I look at, I showed you global M2 chart. M2 is something I haven't, I see a lot of people posting on it. It's just not something that I've gotten into, but I have seen a lot of people posting on the M2 chart. I should probably look at it. I don't know. Some of the correlations that people see, I just don't always see it. All right, looks like we've already flipped this. So this probably may not reject right here. And that was it. And I just did not get that second long I wanted to take. I'll just stick with the one I got. 4 hour looks pretty good here. Dang, I really want to see a 1 hour correction. It's 4 hours looking pretty good. Yeah, and the other thing too is, I don't know, people, I mean, if you're sitting around comparing Bitcoin to everything, like, when is it, which one is right? Because when you put all of those things together that we're comparing it to, they're all not correlated. Like, it's look at, the stock market, it's look at gold, it's look at M2, it's I don't know. There's too many correlations for me. are supposed to be correlated. Let's see hold on, what I wanted to look at. Weekly chart for Bitcoin. Let me see. I need to clean up this chart. These price notes, I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna delete that. All right, so if this wasn't the top, I mean, we'll be chopping this line for a minute unless we just actually break it. I don't need that anymore. What's in here? I don't really need that. And just looked at something else in here yesterday. I don't have any suggestion in here right now, and maybe I need to look at a different time frame or something. I don't really have a suggestion in here that we do nothing other than put in another week high right now, and that is if we do manage to push back up in here on Bitcoin. I do not trade meme coins. I do not. I have some meme coins in my spot bag. Yes, I do have some meme coins in my spot bag, but I don't trade them. I look at them and now I want to get into them, but putting leverage on a meme it's rough. It's rough. And the only memes I have right now is it's not even doing good anymore. I have Turbo. I have a GME. I think that's what I have. GME. I had Shib and Floki, and I sold both of those. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of memes. Oh, I have, oh gosh, what was that thing? I don't even check the prices on those either. I have Punky. I have nothing that's doing good right now. And yeah, GameStop, Punky, Turbo. But that's it. Brett's. I've heard good things about Brett. Yeah, I've heard some good things about Brett. All right, a little bit of a rejection right there. That's the ticker too, I'm assuming. Hold on. I'm assuming that it's this right here. Brett USDT. No, I don't know what chart this is. The poly, whatever. Oh, Bobbitt. Much better chart. Oh, did good over the weekend. Oh, this looks good. Check the main charts. It's a good looking chart. Nice breakout on the 4 hour. Yeah, it's likable. It's very likable. This probably was. Let's see if I did it without this pivot. Yeah. It's going to $1. You'll be set for life. I hope it does. I really hope it does. It's a good looking chart, that's for sure. So that lines up with that order block, that golden pocket right there. Gets past this resistance in here. Let's see. And the next one. I can actually see it all the way back up here too. Up here. It did fall quite a bit. Oh, let me look back at that. Which one is the fake out though? This isn't a shabby chart. Not at this stage. I mean, I do see it does have to get above that level right there, but it's not a bad chart. I guess I need to stay focused on right here though. Stay focused on this section. Look like it might still be stuck in, yeah, still stuck. Yeah, if it pulls back and it holds here, then maybe you don't have to worry about trying to break this one right here. But that looks like everything lines up in here. Descending trend line, your golden pocket, your order block through here. I like your chart. I'm gonna look back at your bread chart though. Just give me a minute. I got a friend. I think they're into bread. I know they like. Hey, what's that one Will likes? Mog. Let me see where the shorts will probably try to come in at. If it's not gonna stop it right there, they'll probably try. Anybody who didn't take that 116 might go for this golden pocket if it gets up there first. That stopped out at your 200 EMA on your 4-hour time frame for Brett. Also, I think this might go. I want to be wishy-washy about it. Yeah. Ethereum actually just pricked the line and Solana stuck in the cloud. It's 15 minutes. Solana, we switch. Solana didn't really have a choice but to hold that order block right there. So, yeah. I guess that'd be the same thing with ADA, but ADA didn't actually tap into it. Got a lot of red right now. Pendle. Really don't want it to come any further than where it actually is. It couldn't drop in here a little bit, but I'm gonna raise this up instead of taking on the whole thing. H bar, everything is basically in the same situation. Everything. Yeah, Floki needs to hold here. I'm gonna stop it out right there. Theoretically, it can come in a little bit more like it did like that, but that's asking for a lot. It's already done it. I'm not the coin king. He just jumped in here and posted something though, and you can see his image is not mine. This is me. No, I'm down to crypto TA, and this is his channel. That he slaves me on his channel. I just want everybody to know that. Hey, XLM. It's already closed below here. This could do something like what Bitcoin did the other day, but otherwise, this doesn't look too good. Yeah, it didn't even get a closure. Okay. Bitcoin's still chopping that line that I put in there. So nothing just yet. Everything is back testing the high of the dynamic cloud. Anywhere below it can be read as bearish. So far, everything, and I zoomed out to the 1 hour. Oof. Some things might be about to go up under it. That's why I'm trying to zoom out. Yeah, this outside bar right here, that's the one. But it's already at the top of the cloud now, so none of this really matters. That's what I would have been looking at without it. TRX still chopping about. I did some posting on Tron, and Tron does have a little bit of drama going on, but oh, it's deleted all of my Tron stuff. Oh no, it hasn't. It's this one. All right, so we've broken through this trend line here on Tron, which is that one, which was drawn a little bit different earlier. I think Tron, when I went through it, let me see if it still has the data in here. Somewhat. I think Tron, I'm looking at this area right here for Tron. We're still holding in here right now. I did get risk on Tron in here over the weekend. Make sure my stop hasn't been hit for it though. No, not yet. Okay. I ended up pushing my stop loss up on it, but I am looking around the 26 to 24 as a possibility, especially if it breaks through here. Right now, I can't say that happens simply because, like I posted on it, Tron does not tend to, it doesn't go into oversold on the weekly. Ever has it been oversold. Ever. Never been below 30. That's the lowest on the weekly, 32.60. So averaging around a 35 on the RSI. And right now you really close to 50 in here. So that would be in the event that it holds inside this zone right here. I'll be looking for it to push back up. Which is why I took a long on it, but yeah. And on the daily time frame, Tron gets into oversold maybe once a year, and it doesn't get heavily oversold on the daily time frame. Maybe it'll do it twice, but you can run back through Tron and see that it barely does anything like that. This is where we were getting stopped out to back around this this ascending trend line right here that I drew off of that weekly time frame. No momentum break here on the daily just yet. So we'll see how long it chops inside this zone, and if it loses it and chooses to come down here. 4 hour. With the bullish divergence on it. One hour had bull div on it too. So this part right here actually looks pretty decent. And it did have its first interaction back with this, the lower side of this cloud as it starts to drop in here. That was the first time it actually pushed into 40. That's the first time it pushed into 40. And then in here where you had the bull div at in here, between these 2 points in here on Tron, and now it's going to back test this signal line, this trend regression line in here. Be looking for it to bounce off of that, and if it doesn't, then yeah, I'll be looking for it to bounce off of that. I'm gonna hide this. If you're into Tron. So if it bounced, it would be somewhere off the top side of this. It wouldn't come in, I wouldn't say any more than the midpoint. But you really want to see it tap this top if it does, and then make another attempted move to the upside. I'm going to change our music. I thought the Halloween music was going to be a little bit better than that. Those are all the updated pictures that I had. I updated some pictures of Tron. I didn't really get into the analysis, the second post that I did on it, but you can check out that initial post on Tron, either on CoinMarketCap or on X at Down to Crypto TA. Tron is in the middle of a lawsuit right now. I heard some people were still trying to buy Cadena, and I know that they put out a message that they were closing it or something. KDA. Is anybody? It's still not doing shabby though. I wouldn't be buying it though. Hmm. It came all the way back down to this order block. It was the only one it had anyway after that push. Nah. Yeah, I wouldn't be buying Cadena. Some sort of a triangle right in here for Bitcoin. Probably have to zoom out to really see it. And that's like the third inside bar here on its 15 minutes. So it's some sort of a triangle. So injective's not doing too good. Well, at least on the 15 it's not. Let's see, let me check this out. Oh no, it's not doing too good. Mhm. Oh, okay. That is a go. Looks like that might have been the low for it on the 15. Bitcoin still chopping that line. Where's INJ? So I don't have to remap it. Did I pass it? I probably passed by it a few times now. And okay. There it is. Mm. Hmm. $8.37. It might be golden pocket if this is steady. Close enough. I sold my injective. Right before prices started before we got that big sell off, just because it just became a slacker. Might come back around though. I'll look for a rejection right there. $200 EMA holding, and then there was the signal down below indicating it goes up. There's really nothing in here holding it. Yeah, the highs in here. Nothing really holding it. Nothing new. That shows that it's getting a, oh, that's a nice squeeze on it too. Yeah. It might reject right here though, but it's definitely about to pump up here. And do an INJ position. Small one. INJ. Yeah. You know, just because it was brought up, and I usually get stuck on stuff when people bring it up, but on that bread, you know, I said it got rejected here at the 200 EMA here on the 4-hour time frame, and actually in here where you have that descending trend line right there, this bearish order block right here, the golden pocket, you also got the 200 EMA. I think that was for the for the weekly time frame also sits in here, so it does give some credibility to this trend line in here also, that if price was to break above here, then you would get some sort of a continuation move to the upside, at least probably back into one of these weekly levels in here for starters. But it's a lot of confluence in this zone right here, which just tells me that price is very likely it's a magnet to this right here, to this zone right here. And what I was looking at in here was that order block. I actually think maybe it's a better idea to look at it. Let me see. We'll push this up like that. Holding. Yeah, let's do it like that. So just want to see, make sure it doesn't start trading below your EMA ribbons in here. That seemed like that would be a better catch. A support, this little sandwich of price action in here. It's probably where your fiat retracements are sitting at in here too. Close enough. I still wouldn't want to see it down there. More like a 50% retracement to take the 786 out of the equation. So maybe some sort of a quick wick in here or something if it does lose this and start to come in here. I usually will omit this 5 and focus on those two for the most part. It's not a shabby chart. Injective is likely going to get a push-up rejection and put in a lower target. And it could have been what I was looking at before because it doesn't have any bullish divergence just yet. When I was doesn't have any bullish divergence just yet. So likely it will do something like that where it pushes up and breaks lower in price action, and this will have a higher low because it hasn't wouldn't expect for it to what I was looking at before. Potentially that block right there, it might be something to this block. That could be where the bull dip comes in. It's gonna do, I didn't mean to delete that, but it's gonna do something like that because it doesn't have any bullish divergence just yet after that fall. Yeah, that is such a symmetrical, no, maybe not, some sort of a triangle right here though. It's so choppy. I guess we don't have to ask which way it was breaking. Might be getting my wish. This is a 5-minute though. Let me zoom back out to the, might be getting my wish. Let's just go ahead and map this out just in case, which I don't know that will actually be the scenario. Let me just see. Let me see what that is. I don't know. I guess we have to keep that in mind. Drop that a little bit. If this was a head and shoulder, I mean, that would be the measured move. If it was. So don't take it to heart. Maybe I can redraw that. I'm just going to put that all the way over to the side. Below here we change 1 hour market structure. That's this. And then what I looked at when I drew the trend line, I think was, yeah, it was this, which is back to the top side of the cloud right here. I'm gonna leave it on this side. And this at the moment is also just real quick. This is also between that 50 and that golden pocket 200 EMA right here. I'm not saying that to do that. This would be the move. several times over, unless we get a candle like this out of the chart. Hmm. I guess the main thing is, just when I look back at this right here, is whether or not we invalidate any sort of bullish divergence on the next drop, because we had the bull div. Actually, can't confirm it here. Cannot confirm it here. And then that was yeah, it's more like a spring, so I can't really say that it was bullish divergence. Yeah, it was. It was a bull div. What am I talking about? It was a bull div right here with the higher low and price action and the lower low off of the RSI. That was the bullish div right there. So whether or not we invalidate any sort of bullish divergence coming down, which means both of these actually close below their points. This would have to close below the body and here on price action, and this would have to be below this pivot right here. So if it drops this time, we may not get any divergence, at least not new divergence. I have to look all the way over here for divergence. Yeah. That finally made Ethereum break the trend line in here, but it's okay right now. We said we'd be looking in here on any further continuation without taking out this low is going to be what's important, and not deviating too far beyond this if it breaks it. If price is going to correct down more. If it does more than this, then it's changing the market structure on the 1 hour as well, at least temporarily. Because that's going to be right here. Going to be the top side of that box. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Yeah, it's the top side of that box. Solana. I don't like Solana chart at this moment in time. I'm not really feeling this 1 hour time frame for Sol. It hasn't confirmed anything. I just don't like it right now. I'm just thinking it's going to do this. I guess it all depends on Bitcoin at this point. Let me see. Okay, I got stopped out of Tron because of that wick down. Yeah, that stopped me out. Bitcoin caused the wick. Mainly the liquidity is down here now since we took out this in here, at least what was in there. See the past 3 days. Yeah, ever since we took that out. This is around where I'm looking at right now without taking out this low. It's around here. If this is a head and shoulder and a measured move. Mhm. It's only 36, 32, 44. It's only 18. Doesn't really matter as much. I feel all right about Bitcoin's 4 hour time frame. But that same pattern that I was looking at in here, I can see this being the relevant news if it does try to come back in here and fill in that gap. But it looks like a breakaway. Mhm, mhm. Right now, the way I interpret a 15-minute time frame is that, um, at least in the current state, it has the ability to, if it holds through here and it does push up, I don't necessarily think it rejects in here because it could round trip and take out this top again. It would have a bear div, of course, and it have a weak high also. But if it did, that is what I would think it would do. It would bypass all this because people are sitting there waiting on it and take out this top again. Because it barely took it out the first time. Right here. Barely took it out right there. So I wonder. I think it could. It is a line of resistance in here, but I still think it could round trip. We'll see. I think the candle could be sporadic. Then maybe we double top or something instead. That would still be the same measured move because you'd be going off of this high. Or if it did round trip and take out this one, be going off of the next high, but it still relatively be the same measured move if it validates. And see, I moved that stop on Tron this morning. And I hate when something, it's annoying when you get wicked out and then price starts to recover, but it's necessary for risk management. But I just moved that stop this morning. Thank you. So now I'm just going to sit on my hands with that one. Maybe it goes lower. I think we're waiting on market open. I don't think that there's any news today that would affect markets. Let me see. Hot story today is Trump, of course, the major trade and rare earth deal was signed. Rare earth deal. And then he signed a peace treaty between Thailand and Cambodia. Got that slight bull dip off of injective. It's very minor, just between this low, that one, and this one right here. Nothing major, but you can see the higher low right there. So nothing major so far, just that little bit. Every time I look at bubbles, I swear there's some new chart I never heard of or some new meme that's come out. So you got 2Z. I'm not even sure how long that's been out. 2Z. Okay. Anyways, down. 00. Ooh, that's the name. 00. 00. Coin King keeps asking me to look at this dash. He thinks it's gonna do what Zcash did. I said no. I may look at it later. Oh, you know what it is? When I was looking at Litecoin earlier, the reason why I can't figure out what I was find what I was looking for is because it's not on it's not LTC USDT, it's LTC BTC that I needed to look at. And that is what looks good for Lighty. For Lighty, that's what looks good for this chart. Let me see. Is this my... Hold on. Let me do this. Yeah, that's what it is. It's this chart. It's the Litecoin BTC that gives me the indication that, and it was looking pretty good at one, yeah, right before that day happened. It was looking pretty good. It still looks good. This whole thing right here looks good. This is basically how, let me turn the candle color off, make it easier. This is basically how, do it like that. This is what Zcash was looking like just for a long time, just rolling underneath this cloud in here. BNB as well. You can see it had a momentary interaction with it in through there, but the way it just ascends down like this, that's a nice bullish indication. And I compare this to that's annoying at times. I compare this to Zcash. When Zcash was like this, Zcash did the same thing, where it was just underneath here for such a long time. Cloud just kept rolling down until finally you're breaking above it. Zcash, yeah. To me, Zcash looked far worse than Litecoin did. Than Litecoin does right now. At least before this moment in time where this finally met with it, accepted it above, and started to get this nice push up right here. That's what I'm waiting on Litecoin. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. BNB did the same thing, but yeah, I've shared that too. Less drastically too. They did it less drastically than see, Zcash came much further in. This paused out in here, so it gave you plenty of, I mean, it happened well in advance of getting above here, as opposed to how Zcash did. But I think Litecoin, that's what I'm going to be seeing for Litecoin. That's what I think happens with Litecoin. That with Zcash will be that with Litecoin. And Litecoin, this gets pretty tight in here. It is back. The back to the level, at least one of the levels in here after getting this situation right here. I was long on this breakout right here. I figured that wouldn't be it, but I was still long on this, and I TP'd twice, and then I got stopped out of the rest of it with that nasty little wick right there. But that was cool. It's coming. Litecoin's day is coming. So I stopped the mapping right in here, but of course there's a lot more mapping up through here. I just haven't done it yet, and I'll do it once we at least tackle all of this noise I got in the chart right here. That looks good. That's my argument, and I'm sticking with it. That looks good. Wonder how Brett's doing. Not Brett, but Dexy. I was in this thing right here, and it wasn't because of this. It wasn't because of that. I was in it at the time, and we got this nice pump up right here, and that was because of this squeeze in here. So I took profit one time on this, and I got stomped out of the rest of it. On this move down, I don't have a reason to get back into anything like that. Now Tia, on the other hand, which looks like absolute garbage, I bought some after I sold at a loss because I was hodling this thing. I went back and bought some. Just one day. One day it will. I like the monthly chart. It looks like garbage, but I like it. It's coming. It's about to come. T is about to get a pop-up. Not financial advice when I say trust me. Yeah. I can take this one out of here now. Put it somewhere else though. All right, Bitcoin with the rejection. Probably should have held off trying to get into anything else. I mean, I got stopped out of Tron, so that's fine. I did open injective, but Bitcoin probably gonna take it down. So I guess that's why I stopped trading everything else for a minute and just got back into Bitcoin just recently, just so I can stop being XRP too. No, we already looked at XRP. Yeah, we had already looked at XRP. If my notes serve me right, Yeah, I think it was like the 4 hour or something like that that had the bullish divvies. But I think this right here might have, I don't know, still haven't come down and eaten up any of this wick. Oh Lord, H bar lost a little box right here. That didn't hold. Yeah, no, that didn't hold. How long ago was that? It's a couple of weeks. I haven't looked back at H bar since then. Of course I haven't, because this was, yeah, we wicked straight through that. So I haven't looked back at H bar in a minute now. I did hit the last line of defense. But with H bar, somewhere between this low, 156, and this high is support against Bitcoin. So we could be seeing H bar getting ready to push back up here. Yeah, we can be getting ready to see this push back up. But I got limit orders set up for Litecoin. LTC USD. Was this even a 50% or not? I didn't even hit that. So just a good level. All right, 15-minute. Finally starting to see a drop right here. Finally starting to get some sort of a reaction that we could see another leg up here off this 15-minute. Doesn't mean it happens just yet, but it is setting up for that. Anytime you see that, if you've never been here before, that's one of the signals that I look for in the chart. Same thing with Ethereum also, as it is putting in bullish divvies on Ethereum got a higher low, got a lower low here on the 15. You also got a drop here, which tends to drop, leads to pops. Sometimes you can squeeze for a minute. Just throw that out there. Sometimes you can squeeze for a minute. Solana. I still don't like Solana's chart, but yeah, I'm still not feeling Solana's chart, but it has pretty much the same situation going on. At least this is stalling out now. I just don't like the chart just yet. If you needed a change of behavior, it would be your delta crossing the zero line. And you can see we're staying away from it right now. That's the one thing I could see that would do something that it wasn't doing previously. So you can look at something like that. All right, it is about time for me to get out of here. I wanted the market to do something noteworthy first. All we got so far was the bounce that I was looking for in this zone right here. So, I mean, that's the two catalysts. Either it comes back down into here and then it bounces away from this zone for a second time out of here. There's levels to watch there. You can also watch the golden pocket in here. off of the, yeah, you can watch the golden pocket here. And then I will also watch the golden pocket here at 113. There is liquidity through here, so I will watch this one as well. And if price action is at any point closing below this point right here, then we could be doing something different. We could be doing something a lot different. All right. Since we haven't had a real pullback since we've been pushing up, doesn't mean that we have to have one. Yeah. I would rather see it bounce away from here, or bounce away from here in its current state. If it's below the cloud, I start to feel a little bit bearish, which a validation of a head and shoulders would be bearish, especially if it sent prices down here. And then the liquidity that is beneath here, if market makers go for that, then again, that changes the 1 hour market structure. We have to try to recapture that. But that's what I'll be looking for here on Bitcoin. I am seeing something on momentum though. It's the first time it happened. That's kind of bearish, right here on this 15-minute. Even when price does this little bounce that it's going to give, it doesn't indicate how high prices go when it does happen. But there is some bearish indications here on this 15-minute time frame. And then, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be it. That's what I would look for. I was silently looking at the charts again just to see. That seems like that's it though. Either Bitcoin comes back down here again. Maybe, I mean, it can hold where it is, but if it does push down, then I would look, look to see if we can bounce out of here for a second time, since that was the first level. And then the second one, of course, is going to be the golden pocket. And then liquidity lies down here around this order block right here. This one's kind of old. You can extend this up now and look at this right here instead. Yeah, something like that instead. Right here, that might be about where that golden pocket was sitting at too. I'm going to take the 786 away in this case. This is fine right here. And there's really not a lot in here for me looking at this golden pocket right here, aside the fact that, I mean, if this cloud keeps rising, then it might become irrelevant to me. But really where price action is sitting at are the key levels. If I didn't have this, I wouldn't be looking at it. I would just be looking at that and this. Feeling this inefficiency. Do it like that, so you know you can go over, reclaim, and then chop. That looks about how like it would go, in my opinion. It would break through it, come back up, and then you want to see it want to hold the support level. Something like this, for example, breaks through, comes back, and chops and holds it. Something like this one right here, breaks through, comes back, chops and holds it, revisits. Looks a lot better if you if you zoom out. breaks, comes back, or breaks, comes back, and chops it and holds the zone. Chops it. If it loses it, then break, come back, chop, 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 chop. All right, I am out. I will see you in the morning at 5. Hopefully we have something a little bit better than what we got today, because we really didn't get much in here today. Not on live, but I did give those rejection points yesterday for for Bitcoin on my X account and on CoinMarketCap. I did give the resistance points, but nothing on live today outside of this so far. And where we're just chopping at now. That's it for Biddy, unfortunately. And I would just keep these areas in mind that I covered here on the chart as well. See how this cloud is starting to rise right here. So can start to get like a cloud cover. Those are never fun. So could start to do something like that, and then price starts trading underneath it. Yeah. Be watching for that. So I would just watch this, and then what'll happen is maybe you come in here, get some support, come back test wherever this is resting at and reject, and then come down here into this this trend line right in here. That could be the thing for Ethereum, also for Solana as well. This was the only one I was looking at here for Sol, which it we'll see if it wants to act different. It wasn't doing better than Ethereum yesterday. Maybe it changes mind. I just don't like the chart. I will be looking there. And then the other place I will be looking at probably be right in here with these multiple lows right across in here. I'll probably look in here, see if that wants to do something for it. I don't know how bearish we're going to get today before we... Yeah, I don't know how bearish we're going to get today. So this isn't deviating too far away, so maybe that works out right there. And then this that I was looking at right here is already about to hit this. So see how that actually... Oh, good Lord, that scared me. Oof, I gotta disable that. I'll do it later. Oh my gosh, that scared me. This is bearish, I know that. You see how this cloud right here rolls up through it? I mean, we're getting the breakdown. 1, 2, 3. This no, it's not that. But it's like a it's like the inverse descending triangle formation right through here. Anyway, double top. Just simplify things. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this would just be something that came back up and rejected and continued down for injective. And that's how that would go. Zcash here, which is looking pretty good, but I'm not touching Zcash. But it's definitely a better looking chart, and we'll see what happens throughout here. 4 hour. I mean, it's definitely a better looking chart. This keeps rising. We'll see what happens with this right here. It tried to do it over here, failed, so it can fail miserably again. And this just isn't moving, so it doesn't really matter. I already covered what I thought on this right here. Yeah, those are not really moving too much. All right, BNB with the breakout finally. Hopefully it doesn't fail again. I mean, this was a liquidity sweep in here, but hopefully it doesn't fail. Maybe this is that breakout, the explosive move that looking for here with BNB. Oh, everything else looks good. Yeah, everything else looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Confirmation. Good confirmation. And that hasn't been moving, so no need looking at that either. So I'll post up on Zcash if I see something as we move throughout the day. I mean, it's a 4-hour time frame. Let me see a chart that hasn't actually been breaking it. I don't have one outside of the 4. It hasn't been breaking this on the 4, so I just have to stick with the 4. Yeah. Then I guess we'll see what gold ends up doing throughout the day. This is still a support level for it, but we actually broke momentum to the downside. Momentum was broken to the downside. So I don't want to start claiming other support levels when we broke this one. So it either reclaims inside or, like I said, it's looking lower. Not all in a day, but I definitely just be looking lower. And hopefully NVIDIA can maintain its strength that it has here pre-market. If not, maybe it comes back in here and back test this right here. This came from, I think I did this off of this time frame. I think I did. And make sure it wasn't off the weekly. I didn't do it off of the weekly. I did it off of that time frame, anticipating that if it was, anticipating that it could come down here, maybe sweep the liquidity from here and then push it back up, or that would be the measured move for it. But so far, the bounce off of the 60 EMA 1, 2, 3 times has been cool. Some sort of rising structure in here. I may have already mapped that out and just probably don't really care about it right now. I don't really care for this. Yeah, I don't really care for that. And maybe the lower trend line for sure. The lower trend line that has confluence. Throughout here, maybe it comes back in and it back tests that its top to see if it wants to hold that support circle. I'm looking for that continuation up on circle. Hopefully we get that. This is going to be my next target right here, as opposed to what we did the last time. See how that goes. And then that's Tesla pre-market 438. Draw this off. Okay. Tesla had already reclaimed this one time. I'm gonna move this trend line. You know what? Screw that trend line. It either respects the level right here that has confluence with the cloud at 407. If it does decide it wants to push back in here when market opens up. Otherwise, I guess it just keeps doing this sideways chop across here. This is Amazon. It's just looking pretty good so far. That's the earnings coming up at the end of the month. This is going okay. So on this, simply put, it's either here and it, you know, we're taking out these two tops right in here, or we coming down into here. But I'm already long on Amazon as well. Every time I'm trying to tell you I'm going to leave, I come back and I look at this chart and it's like, don't leave. Oh, it's some stuff about to get damaged. Oh, man. Basically back testing everything right here. This zone again. Top side is cloud, which is rising, which, you know, it hasn't validated the bearishness, but I'm used to seeing that happen, and then it probably will turn into something bearish. Along with your EMA, you back testing that 60 EMA right here as well. So you heavy in here. Well, it either pushes up and away, and oh man, yeah. Yeah, you want to hold in here. So Everything is right here. No, you're at the standard deviation 2 as well, with the little squeeze. So you know what? I want one more long position, so I'm gonna. I already have one on that account. Let's see. Mm. Mm. See if it works. If it holds again. It would be a cheap trade, that's for sure. R&R would be there. Let's just say, for instance, yeah, so it's a good risk to reward, only a 0.16% dip if you're looking for it to can even go over on that a little bit. This, of course, will actually be on wherever price action is at, right in there. But cheap trade. If it worked, it'd be invalidated pretty quick. Everything is riding on this point right in here, below here. I don't know, maybe if it just wicked in and took liquidity down here or something like that. But otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, just look for that instead. Hold on, why is that there? You can see if you can get something like that, but looking at something like this means price action is breaking this high. Could potentially set you up for continuation instead of rejection, even with the resistance that is in here. Pretty much the same risk to reward if it were to come back up here, but you don't know if that would be a double bottom and continuation. And that's assuming this holds. This doesn't hold, then maybe it drops, comes back into here, rejects, and then it gets that move down into here. Maybe it does something like that. If this doesn't hold, come down, come back up, come down. as this is rising, let me just, because it's rising, let me see. Stop. There. I'm being anal. Mhm. I changed my perspective away from this right here into this right here. So how this actually, I can just take this away. How I have it where it actually sweeps down. I'll be looking for something like that if that happens. If it doesn't hold its top side in here. And the reason why I'm changing that perspective is because if it's going into the golden pocket down here, it's really already going to be beneath here and beneath some key levels I'm seeing on the 1 hour time frame. So that just won't do. So I'm just going to stick to something like this right here. Maybe price comes down, sweeps the liquidity from right here, bounces off the 50% retracement. Which as long as the longer it stalls in here, it's more relevant that it'll be this 50 and not the golden pocket. There's really nothing in here. Can say these highs in here, but naturally I probably would have just did something like this, and then this down here has a lot more relevancy to me. So I did enter another little long position. I have my long open, of course, from down lower, but I wanted to open up a new position. I didn't do this one earlier. So I just decided to take it and set my stop loss. I had it pushed it into here, and then I changed my mind and just said, "Hey, if it breaks down, if it breaks below here, then it just stopped me. I re-enter if what I'm looking at right here makes sense. I just don't want to hold it through it. So I did. I did enter that. It is slightly down. What? 16%, something like that. Um, no, it's not down. It's not down right now. Freaking Mexi chart. So not Mexi, but Blowfin. So I did go ahead and open off of this right here. I just felt like I wanted to take the risk on it. So I went ahead and opened. It's barely in and out of profit right now, right in here. So I did end up moving my stop loss to here though. So I'll see. I'm not looking for much out of this. I just wanted to do something extra to go along with what I already have going on. So I didn't add over the weekend. I just left what I had in here, which is currently up 69%. With the rejection we got, I'm only up 69% right now. Yeah. I just figured why not take it. I'd rather take it. So I'm still up off of my lower position down there, and I didn't add anything over the weekend. So it's Monday. I was like, why not wait until Monday? All right, so now I'm in better profits on it. All right, that's good. I mean, if it gets here, it has resistance in here. So I'll see if it decides it wants to, if it gets there. maybe this turns into something else. I don't know. Otherwise, I'll try again somewhere down here. Oh, no, I see it right here. Right here. I'll try it again right here because it is a cheap trade. So I'll try again right there. And then if not there, then I'll see what the market does, if this matters anymore. So a lot of confluence right here. And I want to see if that MACD is faking out again. I hate to use the word fake. And if I take this right here, it has to do this right here exactly. Like it has to wick back in quick and start chopping through here. If I do this one, if I do this one right here, if that one happens instead. It's hitting those ribbons right now. Let's see how Bitcoin is gonna affect this too. It did get that tap into the this level right here. It's still bearish, but it did get that tap in that response. So let's see. Let's see. Maybe it does something like that now. Maybe it just does this much of it. And then continue that move down. And maybe come down here. Yeah, maybe it just does that. Let's see if it makes it. If it makes it. It's really not worth it in hindsight. I keep saying hindsight. It's really not worth it to trade, but or maybe it comes in here. That would be great if it did. I don't know how likely that is going to be. Maybe. Let's see what it looks like after the fact. And get a bear div. Yeah, gonna get a good old bear div. Market's getting ready to open. Oh boy. Think about this injective. It might not be worth the risk. May just close it out. Bitcoin still just tapping into those EMAs again. That's all it's doing. Well, you see it rejecting it repeatedly in here. It's just tapping into those. All right, I'm gonna give it till market opens. See what we get. starting to make me feel like it did over here. When I was looking at price bouncing in here, and it started, and then we kept revisiting, and then we ended up getting a quick breakdown and reclaim back in and up. Giving me that vibe, but hmm. I think with that injective, I'm gonna drop that. I can see the bullish deals, but it got bear deals too. So that can just be a long squeeze. I don't really see a reason to. Yeah. Unless the long squeeze is done, but right now, it's probably not. And where I'm looking for price action to come back to, it really isn't worth the risk. Gap up. I mean, prices were already sitting up there anyway. Pre-market Nvidia's holding up, looking pretty good. Yeah, I think I keep sitting in this one on BTCC. Yeah, I think I keep holding that one. Circle with a quick rejection. Bitcoin. Yeah, that would, I mean, that, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm a close injective while I'm ahead. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. And I'm just gonna hold Bitcoin until it stops me out. I'll reassess. That's if I want to try it again or just wait it out, see if I can't get it down here somewhere. If it does this right here, some sort of a capitulation candle, and then engulfing, like, yeah, if it does this again, then maybe it would have to be quick right here. If it did it, it would have to be quick. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth it because you'd be under everything right here at that point. Be under all the confluence that's right here. Be underneath all that, so it probably won't be worth it. It's not worth it after that rejection. Yeah. All right. So that will stop me out, I guess. Oh yeah, it stopped me out. Okay. Let's see how it wants to react. It better not do this. Even though I'm sitting here saying it might do something like that. It still has to get. Let's see. Give it time. This is different. It's a little bit different. Nice liquidity sweep though. Hmm. Yeah, it's different in every sense. Hmm. So I'm glad I closed out that injective. I had to deal with that. It's still at the little highlighted zone, but it is not worth it. It's got those bear divs on top, most importantly. I didn't decide on that entry for myself, though I said if it has to be quick right here. I haven't decided on it. Let's just look. Let's see. I guess if I enter, I'm gonna enter late. I'm uncertain. All right, I'm really gonna get out of here this time. I mean, this is what I was looking at. A quick move down here, come back in, consolidate, just like what I was looking for when we got this move into here. I just don't know. I don't feel confident right now, to be honest, and it happens sometimes. And since I don't feel confident to move on it, I'm not gonna take the entry. You know, right now, I can take it late if it gets above resistance. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. I might just not. I still have a long position. I just wanted another one, so I'm not gonna. Yeah. Um. Let me see what it is. Let me see if it is actually. It's this one right here. Yeah, but about this 50% retracement is it. If you see it going into the golden pocket, I mean, I have zero interest in a golden pocket bounce. There's nothing in there for the golden pocket to be relevant to me. I'm just going to be looking down here and see how that goes. Once price comes down into here, either it breaks it, comes back in, starts to consolidate around in here, this order block right here, because it can break through the order block. Just like it did right here, it can break through it, grab whatever they want to grab, and then come back in and do this chop thing. But that's what I'd be looking for. If I do decide on it, maybe it'll be something right here. This is challenging for me though, because I lost all my confidence once it got here. So I'm gonna call it a stream with that. I'm gonna call it a string with that and leave that. If I see something different, I'll say something. Right now, that was it for me. It was either where it was at, holding up here, or doing this, and I just don't. I couldn't pull the trigger. We'll see how that goes. I might have been right and scared. I'm not jumping into it though. I appreciate you for being here. I will catch you on the other side tomorrow, 5 a.m. Scared money don't make no money. Yikes. 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 I should have pulled the trigger. It's okay. All right. It's still resistance up in here. I got to go. Love you.